Hello, Brinolden. Hello, everybody. How's everybody doing? I'm feeling some Power Wash Simulator today. Let me get the game up and running and make sure it is capturing. Where is button? There we go. Teddy. Thank you, Brinolden, for the. Yes, I reached 300 followers on Blue Sky, which I'm surprised, honestly. I know I have quite a few on Twitter, but I'm pretty sure like 90% of those were just bots. But most of the ones, I'd say like a good reverse of that are on Blue Sky, which is nice. Also, music's gonna kind of be a little low key because for some reason the midnight still gets flagged on Twitch, and I don't know why. Otherwise, we'd be listening to the midnight because it's nice, good vibes. Yee. Also, I apologize for no stream yesterday. There was a community member who was feeling a little down in the dumps, so I was vibing with him, helping him feel better. So that's why there was no stream yesterday. Hey. So there are these, which this is the summer one. I could do this. We're kind of technically in summer, but also where is the Muckingham files is they've released a new one that has 2 new maps, and I haven't done any of them, so if we get through why have these 2 not being classified as cleaned? Anyway, so I think we'll do the cruise ship because, like I said, this is supposed to be their summer themed one. Excuse me. And we're kind of technically in summer-ish. We're close enough. Oh, hiya, Power Washer. Yeah, we've had a bit of to-doing on deck. Can't go into the specifics as it'll probably end up in the courts, this one. But it was a bit of a mood breaker. Let's just say that next time we'll make sure we shake off the seabirds before leaving harbor and fully vet the entertainment. We've cleaned the deck of what little food the birds left, so you should get a nice clean run at it. Starting this will you said on other seasonal jobs. Yes. Oh, that's a lot of orange. Hey, great news. Captain says he checked the contracts and we're in the clear. thank Poseidon for maritime law, eh? Anyways, what that means is that I can now tell you exactly what happened here. This should be fun. So, since I have now hit 300 followers on Blue Sky, as promised, next week I will start a playthrough of Portal 2. The first time I've ever played the Portal 2. Not the first time I've played a Portal game. I used to play the crap out of Portal 1 on the Xbox 360 because I had the orange box, which was a it had Half-Life 2, Half-Life 2 Episode 1, Half-Life 2 Episode 2, Portal, and TF2, all on the Xbox console, the 360. And you know, I didn't have a PC at the time, and I really wanted to play the Half-Life game because I played the first one a little bit at a friend's house. And so I was like super excited, and I had also heard about Portal, you know, because a lot of nerd gaming stuff had talked about it, and so I was like, "Fuck yeah, let's get it and play it." And boy, did I play the crap out of Portal! Played it more than I did any of the other games on there. I beat Half-Life 2, and I beat the Episode 1 and 2. But I played the crap out of Portal. And then Portal 2 came along, and I didn't exactly have the means to purchase and play it when it did. And I just never got around to playing it. I've never played Half-Life games, but I've played Portal 1 and 2. Yeah, I know a lot of people who are like that. Never played Half-Life, but man, they played Portal. Yeah, and what's funny is Portal 2, I've actually had it on Steam for a couple of years now because a coworker at my last job fucking loves the Portal games. Especially he loved Portal 2. And they released a Portal board game. And he pre-ordered it, and it came in. And when he opened it up, we were gonna play it and test out how it worked and everything. And it came with a card that had a code for your own free copy of Portal 2 on Steam. And he was like, I already have Portal 2, so I don't need the code. And I was like, I don't have Portal 2. Can I have the code? And he's just like, sure. So I took it home, input the code, and then never played it. Never loaded it up. I guess I'll go get the ladder. So yeah, I've seen, it's been out for so long. Of course, I've seen all manner of clips and the ending and everything. I just have never played it. And I've also definitely not played the co-op mode. So I'd actually talked with Mega a while ago, like, I'd mentioned how I had never put, I've had Portal 2 and I've been meaning to play it, but I just haven't. And I was like, after I beat it and play it on stream, would you be down to play a co-op mode with me on streams? And he's like, whenever you want to do it, sure. Just plan for it. Cool. Planning on playing the co-op mode too? I would like to. But I kind of figured, since we hit 300 on Blue Sky, if we hit 400, if I hit 400 followers on Blue Sky, I was thinking of doing a co-op run with Mega. That'd be fun. Because Portal 2 was kind of like Skyrim in that anytime I told anybody I'd been that I haven't played Portal 2, they'd be like, "You haven't played Portal 2? How?" It was like, because I just haven't played it. And so now it's like, okay, let's play it. And then let's do co-op. Wee. Excuse me, ladder. Oh, I also saw, I'm pretty sure it got announced, in like a big announcement thingy, but if I saw it, I don't recall, but apparently there's Power Wash Simulator 2 coming out soon, or at some point this year. And that's exciting. So yeah, the Muckingham Files Part 6 I got an email saying like, hey, new Muckingham Files content free for all owners of Power Wash Simulator. And I was like, I should play Power Wash Simulator. I do enjoy this game. It is fun. It's a nice, little vibe kind of thing. Also, I apologize. It might be a little eepy because me and my parents had Jollibee for lunch/dinner not long ago, and it was a lot of food. So I'm a little tired. I'm a little eepy. I do want to do more collab stuff like we did like the repo stream earlier this week. God, that was so much fun. Just want to do more collab stuff in general. Oh, there it is. I'm also thinking I'd have to talk with my parents, see if they're, I mean, they won't tell me no, but, you know, they would probably want to voice their possible concerns about it. But I'm kind of thinking, because even though, you know, like, even with when I stream like this, I still really don't go to bed until like 2 or 3 in the morning. So I'm kind of thinking I might like try out streaming at that time. Hi, Snappy. Like doing streams at like 2 in the morning my time and going for a few hours and then calling it and going to bed, because about 2 o'clock in the morning is about the time that everybody on the East Coast is doing their stuff. And I was like, well, how you doing, Snappy? Hi, it's been a while. I hope you're doing well. Enjoying some modded Minecraft? Nice. I'm doing okay. Having a bit of a mental down, you know, slight mix of dysphoria and also mix of just, you know, other things, but it's fine. Not much I can do about it, honestly. Well, not much more I can do about it than I'm already doing, so just kind of trying to get my mind off things, relax, vibe, chit chat with y'all. Bing! Yeah, that's right. Gotta give this rim job. What mods you got that you're playing on Minecraft? Hello, Bryn. Hi. Oh yeah, Pride Month starts up Sunday. I mean, technically it's already started because the Stonewall riots was back in the I want to say like the 24th. of May was the anniversary of the Stonewall riots. But in celebration and in remembrance of it, starts for the whole month of June. Pack called Big Chad Guys plus Cobble. Big Chad Guys, huh? Mm-hmm. Yada. Seems to have a Stardew farming system, extra ores and mining stuff, and Pokemon. Yeah, I know Cobblemon is the more popularly known, basically, Pokemon Minecraft mod. The Comfy Cozy mod that Mega put together for me has a lot of farming stuff, like, because I basically asked him, I was like, could we make like a Harvest Moon style mod pack for Minecraft? And he was like, I got you. So it has like new crops to grow, new things to help you grow crops, new cooking items that use new to make new recipes that use the new foods and things, and it even has like a seasonal thing where like the season changes and certain crops, all crops will still grow no matter what, but they'll grow better during certain seasons. So, you know me, I fucking love that shit. So yeah. So yours sounds pretty cool too. Are you playing it solo or are you playing it on a server with a bunch of people? Maybe some of the same seasonal and crop mods seems to be in this. Probably. It's like Farmer's Delight, I think, is in a server. Only started recently. Nice. Yeah, I kind of want to set up the Comfy Cozy mod pack and I'd love to start up a server with that on it and get a bunch of people on playing with it. Flashbang. Let's clean this part of the lower deck. Let me jump over. I must swim. I must be free. We offer our lives for the free man. Taking notes, Brain. Oh my god. It's the one thing I do not enjoy about this game, and that is the ladder. Once you put it somewhere, you can only move it to another location. You can't pick it up and put it back where you got it. That is the most annoying thing. I really wish that they would let you do that. Oh wait, chat. We could let's make a TikTok. Let's make a TikTok. All right. Hopefully my voice will be loud enough to capture, because you know, audio's being a bright dick. I've written in this game your friend's name. Send it to your friend and they owe you $20. Anyway. Of course, I wrote that, and now I've summoned Mega, so you know he'll be here in like a minute or two. Sorry, I thought I heard somebody knocking on my door. Jeez, him if he shows up. Ding. Infinity pool rim. God, I am a child. Am I immature or am I just horny? So that is a different part from up here. Okay. Fucking tree. Can't be both. True. True. You can be both immature and horny. Prime example, me. Which is funny given the fact that everybody ever since I was a kid has always told me I was very mature for my age. There we go. Chat, there's a game on Steam that I've wish listed because I saw it on TikTok and it released like just the other day, I think. But I think it's like $10 or something. I don't know. I'd have to double check. That I really, really, really want. But the thing is, I want it and I need a lot of friends to also get the game. But it looks like goofy, dumb, loud fun. The game is called Guilty of Sock. Or Guilty as Sock, I think is what it's called. And basically, one player is the judge. Two players, one is the prosecutor and one is the defendant. And then other players can be either like a bailiff or be the ones on trial, whatever. And you basically have this goofy, over-the-top mock kangaroo trial thing. And I think you can even do Twitch integration so that your Twitch chat can join in as the jury and just do stupid fun goofiness, and it looks like so much fun, and I want to play it with a bunch of people. I think it'd be goofy as fun. Oh, hello gnomes. You have my interest. Uh-huh. And what's really funny is because you can customize to put like your profile picture and stuff, and you know, like little things like that, but the primary character models are sock puppets. You're playing sock puppets. And it just like watching the clips and things, like you can have the like a news reporter, and they can put out breaking news of the trial as it's happening, and you can have like hand drawn or like MS Paint drawn photos and things. It's goofy, dumb fun, and I want to play it with a bunch of friends. But it's one of those would have to be the right group of friends to who, you know, because there would be a lot of improv involved. You work on my improv bit. Sometimes my brain just stops. No ideas. Head empty. Fucking same. Fucking same. Never been super great at improv. My quick wit goes about at the pace of a snail's crawl. Yeah. Clean the shaft. Work the shaft. Anyway. I know one of like the big key things for like when practicing and improving one's skills for improv is initially, because you know, so is to have like just take some time and just kind of have a checklist essentially of little bit jokes and one-liners and things, and just kind of have a little pool of them in your backlog and just kind of keep those in the back of your mind so that, you know, you can, as a means to kind of quickly, if you need to pull from something, you can quickly pull one of those and throw those in. That's also how like freestyle rappers do shit, is, you know, they write a list of like, you know, 20 to 30 words of different, varying rhyming schemes, and they just have that, you know, in their mind at all times to pull from if they need to you know, to like, if they want to, like, if they're trying to do a rap battle, you know, freestyle rap battle kind of thing. And improv is early starting improv is kind of the same, of like, have a collection of things that you know by heart, and then whenever a situation, you know, when you're doing stuff, you can pull from it, and then slowly you'll start to develop your skill to just be constantly, you know, thinking and free forming and all that kind of stuff. Like, it is a skill that you have to develop over time. and I just never did. Slightly off topic, but back on another topic, Schnappy. Are you playing on a modded? Is the modded server you're playing on, or are you playing with Kira? 'Cause I've seen Kira posting about them doing streams playing on an SMP server. Okay, so it is that one. Cool, nice. You mentioning Cobblemon, I'm like, I know Kira's doing like a Pokemon thingy. So we've been having a tough time of it, truth be told. Huh. We'd hired a magician called the Great Ted Cheese, but he disappeared. That's kind of what magicians do. Literally. That's not a joke. Fuck you, game. We still haven't found him. Would you say he vanished without a trace? He was there opening night, did some balloon magic for the kids that went down like a lead one, and we haven't seen him since. Oh. They vanish with the payment in hand. They lost the cheese, not the cheese. Also, hello, Jolly. How are you? Unbelievable. He just up and gargonzola'd. Gargonzola. Never mind, that was bad. Although it does remind me, at my last job, not too long after I started, like maybe a year after I think it was about a year after I started working there, we got a new hire, and she not only lived a very sheltered life, but grew up for like a large portion of her early life in I believe it was Latvia, or Lithuania. Might have been, I think it was Latvia. But so, you know, lived a very sheltered life, didn't really get out and do much, you know, especially even when they moved here to the States. Excuse me. So we went and, you know, the integrators, which are the the programming team that does a lot of the in between the actual software programmers and the release of the program to the fleet. Like they're the one, and post release they're kind of the ones who, you know, do any kind of troubleshooting and all that kind of stuff. Their team would very frequently do a every Wednesday, I think it was a they all would get together and we'd go have lunch. Like we'd all go have lunch at places. And this is one of like the first few times she had gone, and a lot of the food that was on the menu, she didn't know what it was. She'd never heard of it. And so she just looking at the salad, and the salad had she's like I want to ask you, I want to ask something. I was like, what? She's like, and she pointed at it and she went, is this pronounced gorgonzola cheese? And I was just like, gorgonzola? I was like, yeah. Or no, she was like, what is gorgonzola cheese? And I'm like, what? She's like, what's gorgonzola cheese? And I looked at her and went, oh, gorgonzola. And she went, oh, is that how it's pronounced? I didn't want to say anything. I didn't want to ask. I didn't know. And I was like, it's okay. But we all kind of had a nice little chuckle. So we call it gorgonzola now. Maybe the great cheese went to the gym, get shredded, making that cheddar. Trying to think of any other cheeses that could be used for cheese puns. But my brain's just melting thinking about it. It's not easy crafting new ones, though. I'm right proud of myself for that one. Brain cannot undo it. Nope. You know, with how dumb I am, you'd think my brain was full of holes like Swiss cheese. Swiss cheese. Brain be nacho cheesy. Well, it's not Joe brain, it's my brain. You know, I might as well just fucking clean the pool because I keep coming down here and doing this shit anyway. I camembert many more of these puns. Aw, but you're not having a Gouda time? I thought it was more of a stretch than mozzarella. Yeah, well, some of the puns really got me hawking a lung up. Some would even say it's the goat. But if anybody asks, I have already known any of you, so, you know, it's fine. Bang! All right. You know, honestly, the short and long extension are kind of really the best two extensions to have in this game. Like the other two, the long one's really, or the extra extended one is really good for like when you have to reach somewhere really high or far away, but not for most of your jobs. The short and long extension kind of the best to use. You just change up your nozzle. A test of your reflexes. Oh, chat. I'm thinking of setting up a special channel in my Discord for people to post. I mean, I do have a memes channel. I could just pimp it a bit more for that. But I might make a special one for Pride Month, where people can post safe for work, appropriate TOS proper, like LGBTQ memes. You can post them from Reddit, wherever, I don't care. But you can post them in there. And then I'm thinking of doing a few streams throughout Pride Month and going through them and reading them on stream. I think it'd be fun. So I may put out a thing of like, hey, post your shit here, please. And again, it needs to be safe for work. Needs to be TOS compliant. Because they will be viewed on stream. I think it'd be kind of fun to do some reacts to some of them. Yes, I will become a React VTuber. It is part of the pipeline. One must go through that phase. It is inevitable. And some people have liked and a few people have retweeted it, but I've broken the code, chat. I need to be adopted by a non-VTuber content creator or a FleshTuber content creator who enjoys my content and my vibes. I need to be adopted by them and brought in to do collabs with them. And that's how we make it big. You know, it has nothing to do with me actually making my own content. No, not at all. Oh my god, it's a finite amount. Where the hell is it? There we go. Okay. I totally forgot about this nozzle. I'm trying your best to not mess up the bitch wall. Exactly. I want it to be the last thing I clean. So it stays a dirty one until then. Yep. It's a dirty bitch. And it's going to ding soon. Here we go. Ah, I didn't finish the rim job. You know, the big question I often have, like, dirt and grime, okay, I get it. Especially because, you know, according to the lore, yes, there's lore of Power Wash Simulator, Muckingham is next to a, an active volcano, so ash and everything always covers everything, and everything gets like super dirty. I get that, fine, whatever. But what the fuck is the yellow shit? Like, what's the yellow shit? What's the white shit? What, like, the white shit obviously is bird shit. But, like, the yellow shit? What the fuck is that? Did somebody have an egg fight? What? Oh, hey, wait. Those are not my footprints. Are they? No. You don't leave footprints in this game. You never have. Unless those are the footprints of the magician. Or maybe they are my footprints. again, you don't leave footprints. What do you think this is? Viscera cleanup crew? How dare you, Jolly? How dare you come into my streams and rip ass like that? Inappropriate. Totally inappropriate. Hold on, I want to check something real quick. I did not. Okay. Now if I go over here, I should see them in there. Yee, there they are. Okay. Just adding a little bit more music to this playlist. Why are you getting Thanos snapped, Jolly? No! Ugh, I gotta turn my AC off. I'll regret it, but I don't care. My hands are fucking freezing. Snapped out by the burrito. It's a powerful fart. Ripped ass so hard, it Thanos snapped ya. Ripped out of reality in a cheeky puff. Where's the last little part of this goddamn flooring? It's so close. It's so... There we go. Fuck. Finally. That's a window? Oh shit. It's a window. So that meant that entertaining the passengers all rested on our resident theater ensemble, heads, shoulders, knees, and toes. Well, for starters, they weren't used to performing for grown-ups. And by day five, they were all out of pre-prepared material anyway, and became an ill-received improv collective. And that's what all the yellow is. People threw eggs at them. On day 6, they quickly pivoted and, well, the incident. Crowd decided to terminate the act, and the crowd went mid. Or no, mild, that's what it is. And the crowd goes mild. Yay. And the peasants rejoice. Yay. Just get work on this real quick. There we go. Look alive, peasants, so I may decorate the peasantry. I get it. Bling. Bling. I think these are actually considered two separate walls. So yeah, if you look, the progress on the two. So there's wall and wall. So we will go ahead and clean these up. You know, when I was a kid, and you know, it might have been because growing up here in Hawaii, there was always cruise lines, you know, coming in and out of ports. But when I was a kid, I always wanted to go on a cruise. But as I got older and kind of, you know, was better able to understand how cruise lines work and like what it all entails, I'm good, honestly. Like, I don't mind going out on the ocean. Like, I wouldn't mind going out on you know, going out to sea and everything. Having the commodities and everything is nice. But the amount of other shit that goes on with cruise lines and the fact that, like, you know, they keep rolling over. Like, I remember there was this, like, what, 2000, like the early 2010s, I think. Cruise lines were just always, you know, flipping over. Better to rent a boat than go on a cruise anyway. I mean, there is some nice amenities to being on a cruise line, you know. But, and then there's just the fact that, you know, you're stuck on this tiny little vessel, on this, I say tiny, you're stuck on this vessel with, you know, a shit ton of people most of which are not exactly the greatest, most intelligent people, and they're very, very tourists. And so it's like, great, I'm stuck on the boat with them for 3 weeks or whatever. I had a friend who she worked on a cruise for a, for a bit, and she made a lot of money on doing it. But she said it was the worst fucking job she'd ever do, because yes, you're on the cruise line with everybody else, but you are working for like 90% of the trip. You are constantly on call. You are given essentially a closet as your living quarters. And like you have to there's just way too many stressful things about it, and it's just and like whenever they pulled into a port at places, you're still on the clock. You can't go out and see places. You'd have to put in essentially PTO long before you could do anything before you got to port, and they wouldn't always let you do that. Oh wait, I still have Christmas gear on. Need to change this up. I saw something that had like tiny sliver. Sturdy palm leaf there. It's fake. Flipping a cruise liner sounds like poor cruise control. Kind of, kind of, but like rough seas can cause them to turn. I don't know. I'm sure if I went with the right people, and if I didn't have, it was an all expenses paid kind of thing where I didn't have to pay for shit, I might enjoy a cruise. But would I actively be seeking it out? Probably not. Almost June and still festive. Hell yeah. It's a real howler in July. Also tells you the last time I played this. Hard no for cruises for me. Not after the shit that happened during COVID outbreak. That's the other thing of like, you're just, as my mom puts it, you're floating around on a giant petri dish full of people soup. Not just the people soup part, that whole issue where ports shut down and denied the cruise liners to dock. Yep. Yep. Like, especially with today's events going on, like most places are probably closing ports anyway, because it's like, oh, you're an American vessel? Yeah, no, you're not allowed here at all. Why not? Because you're American. But, you know. Now, there is a cruise liner, a couple cruise liners here in Hawaii that are like, they're like, they're like a couple months, I think, and they basically go, they travel around the islands and then travel up to Alaska, I think, before heading, and then maybe down to California, and then heading back to Hawaii. But yeah, still too many variabilities that makes it a little kind of. And then, like I said, just poor weather, any kind of incident happens, and you know, you're under maritime law. I don't know. And then there's, again, just the price. Like, cruises are not cheap. It's like, okay, yeah, you're paying for, you know, you're essentially paying for a mobile hotel room. So you're paying for however long that trip is going to be. You're paying for each night of that. Then you also have to pay, you know, whatever service fees that they add on. And then you still got to buy like food and stuff. Like, some packages have like, you know, a meal or two included, but there's like other place, you know, like food places on cruise, like a lot of the cruise liners, they've got like, you know, 6 to 12 restaurants, like 10 fast food restaurants even. Like, there's all kinds of shit on cruise liners. So, you know, and then they've got, you know, shopping malls essentially on them as well, so you can do souvenir shopping on your cruise ship. But the whole point is to do souvenir shopping at a new location. But if you're on a boat, what's the point? Yeah, I don't know. Again, as I've gotten older and, you know, as I started getting older and really understanding everything about a cruise ship, it's like, what's the point? Like, unless you're like terrified of flying, which I can understand, you know, it is a nice means to get to get to places, but you know, in this, if you're on the contiguous 48, or, you know, it's like, just plan a road trip. Plan a road trip, stay in a few towns, you know, stay in a hotel or two, and, you know, as you travel along, you know, just pre-plan out where you're going, and There was a joking possibility of selling less than legal things while in international waters. Yeah, there's also that. I mean, there was, I don't think it technically exists anymore, but there was a small cruise liner that was operated out of Hawaii, out of Hawaii, that they would just do, like, you know, weekend trips. You know, they like go out on weekend or like a 1 week long trips or whatnot, and basically they would travel out to international waters so that, and then set up a casino, you know, and let people gamble and do all kinds of, you know, casino things. And some local government individuals got wise to it and was like, the fuck are you doing? But I mean, that's a common thing out here anyway. Like, even small craft, like there's some small craft that will travel out to international waters and set up gambling basically. Because if they get caught, like, it's international waters, everything's legal out here. Well, not everything's legal, but you know, can't exactly. It's like, whose laws are you gonna use to crack down on gambling? Gambling's illegal in Hawaii, but they're not in Hawaii. They're in international waters. And yeah, that's when you start getting into the legal gray areas of shit. Wasn't there an old Adult Swim show that dealt with, like, quote unquote air crimes? It's like, as long as you're in the air, it's, you know, it's kind of like, you know, it's kind of like international waters. It's like, you do something illegal in the air, it's technically not illegal because, you know, there's no laws in the air, you know, which it basically is making a mock, you know, making fun of the whole international waters laws and shit. And like they show like a couple of mobsters or whatever, and they're on trampolines, and every time they're up in the air they like hand over briefcases and money and shit because they're technically in the air. It was dumb. It was so dumb. But again, sadly, kind of pointing at a true fact of things. Yeah, the problem of that argument, you may be in international waters, but who's going to enforce your freedom to do what you want? You also risk pirates finding you and forcing their own rules on you. Exactly. There's all that, and then also, like, you know, okay, you went gambling and doing all that stuff in international waters, but you gotta come back into Hawaii waters to, you know, at some point, and you know, we can be like, what you doing? What you doing up there? Like if you have the gambling equipment and stuff, I'm like, well, we just capture you, we catch you, and then arrest you for and shut down your business for owning gambling, paraphernalia kind of stuff. It's like a coworker of mine, old coworker at my last job. He's one of those smart but stupid people, Basically, it was during the lockdown of the pandemic. Oh, hold on. Story. We normally have a no food on deck policy, but by way of apology, a buffet was hastily prepared in the pool area. And the act was so bad. Yep, this backfired as we'd woefully underestimated the demand from the all-inclusive ticket holders. I told the captain that we really shouldn't be offering those tickets on a family cruise, but did he listen? Anyway, so it was during the lockdown of during the pandemic, and he worked for our branch in California, down in like San Diego, I think. And California had enacted, they closed down their beaches. Like, the beaches are closed. You cannot go to the beach because of COVID. They're shut down. They're locked down. You cannot go to the beach. Enforceable by law and everything. Well, my coworker, the brilliant dumbass that he is, he loves scuba diving. He really likes scuba diving. And was basically going fucking crazy because he couldn't go to the beach to go scuba diving because the beaches are closed. And so he got a wise idea. He went to the beach and he had all of his scuba gear, and he was gonna run across the beach to get into the water, because he told us his thought was, he's like, the beaches are closed but not the water, which is all kinds of incorrect and dumb anyway. But like the cops basically saw him kind of getting all of his gear and parking, and they were like, they pulled it, they got up to next to him in their car and was like, what the fuck are you doing, dumbass? Like what are you doing? And he's like, I just want to go scuba diving. And they're like, no, beaches are closed. Get back in your car and go the fuck home. Otherwise, we're going to either write you up, or if you keep being a nuisance, we will arrest you. And so he's telling us this, and we're like, you fucking idiot. Okay, first of all, your logic of the beach is closed but not the water is incorrect, because the water goes up to the beach. But let's go with your logic on that, and let's say, fine, you go into the water. You have to come out of the water eventually to get back onto the beach. The cops would just be standing there waiting for your ass to get out of the water. And he just kind of, oh yeah, I didn't think about that. It's like, you don't think at all. We get it. You're dumbass. But it's just, so the international waters thing kind of reminded me of that. It's like, okay, go out to international waters and do all that stuff. You still got to come back into Hawaii national waters to you know, come back to port and yeah, we can just kind of sit here waiting for you. Smart guy would just need to grow gills. Problem solved. Yeah, exactly. Become shark and live in ocean forever. You know, now that I look at this is actually kind of a small cruise ship, not gonna lie. This is like the guy suffers from intelligence but lacks the wisdom stat. Yep. High intelligence, low wisdom. But even his intelligence probably wasn't very big either. Like, his intelligence was higher than mine, I'll give him that. But not by much. Cause like, it's just, so before the pandemic happened, the department I worked for, intelligence is knowing you can do something, while wisdom is knowing why you shouldn't. Exactly. When the before the pandemic, the department that I worked for, you know, basically we had what we called installers. They were the boots on the ground, you know, fleet support. Like, they were the ones who go down to the customers and install the stuff, and if something breaks and they need hands-on to fix, we, you know, our guys would go down and fix it. And we are spread across the country, or they are spread across the country. Well, my department liked to basically the head of my department liked to at least once a year bring, you know, we classified it as training, but really it was hey, you know, and we, you know, we would do some training of like new versions coming out and all that, you know, and all that stuff. But really it was more of a, hey, you know, everybody in this department should meet up with each other so that everybody knows that we're not just people on a phone. You know, we're all people out here, you know, put a face to the name, put a face to the voice kind of thing. So annually, roughly around the holidays, because the company used to do a holiday party for the whole company, that's kind of when they would schedule the training support thing. And so before the pandemic was the last time that we had that, and so brought everybody out, and including this guy, the scuba diver, and just talking with him, you know, he started going up like he had just got done with a pretty bad breakup. Or no, I think it was like a few months after like a really nasty breakup because, you know, she wasn't basically meeting, you know, like basically to hear him talk, especially with him talking about how, you know, his next girlfriend slash possible future wife is, you know, like he had, he was basically gonna have a, uh, uh, like was gonna require like a CV resume application for her, you know, girlfriend slash wife material, you know, in possibilities. Like, you want to date me, you know, I need to, you know, you need to be, you know, making this much money, and like, you know, do this kind of, you know, make, you know, offer these kinds of supports and all this. And I'm just like, it's supposed to be, I flat out told him, I'm like, it's supposed to be a relationship, not a fucking business, you know, partnership. Like, and he starts like, no, you know, because like that, and I'm like, yeah, well, that's what's funny. I haven't, because, you know, I don't work for the company anymore, but my dad still does. My dad's the one who's been working for the company the longest, and so, you know, I still hear, you know, and he works in that department, like, so I, you know, hear about all kinds of stuff going on, and apparently the guy, he has a new baby boy, or a new, I don't know what gender the kid is, but he has a new baby. He got married to you know, it's funny because, you know, we find out he's getting married, and then not too, like, they're not even married yet, and they find out that she's pregnant, and so everybody's like, are you getting married because she was pregnant? And he's like, no, she got pregnant afterwards. Like, yeah, are you sure about that? So, but I just, you know, I wasn't working there anymore, but I wanted to tell my dad. I told my dad, I was like, you need to ask him, like, did she, you know, does she meet the CV requirements that he was spouting off to us for his next, you know, for his possible wife applications and things. But what was really bad about it was how stereotypical he was sounding when he was like going off on all, you know, like all these things that, you know, would be required because he's Asian. And he would spout all the stuff off, and I would just be sitting there like, you know, when he's like, you know, this is the things that they need. I flat out asked him, I'm like, are these things you require, or did your mom tell you that you need to require these? Given the description, I doubt he would factor in whether the child was his or not. It's been a growing trend. No, apparently the child is definitely his. It's just now more of a, is the child the reason you got married? Because we didn't even really hear that he had been dating anybody. And suddenly he's just like, yeah, I'm getting married next, you know, like, getting married later this year. Like, wait, what? Whereas a different coworker got catfished. Which felt bad for him because he fucking, that guy was the catfished one. Even before that, like, he was always you know, it's like, you know, so I'm going and doing this, like, something strange and out of the blue, and we'd be like, Jim, what's her name? Like, what? Like, what's her name? Like, you, something like this, you don't do these things because, that's the type of person you are. It's usually because you're trying to get with someone. you know, and sometimes we wouldn't even say anything. It's just like, we'd hear and we'd be like, uh-huh. And then the next time we talk to him, all of a sudden it's like, yeah, so there's this girl, so there's this woman, and, and it's like, fucking knew it. And his relationships didn't usually last very long. Then you had the other guy who, not too long before getting hired, because the department I worked with, most, not all, but most of the people that I worked with that were in that department were all retired, retired Navy submariners. So, one of them not too long before he retired, and once he retired, he joined us. So not too long before he started working for us, he went through a fucking terrible divorce. One of the guys, long before I started working there, felt kind of bad for him because not too long after he started working for the company, which again was not too long after retiring, his husband got like a rapidly aggressive cancer, and so he passed away, and so he just kind of hasn't really. It's just been him and his dogs, and now I think my dad said he's retiring from the company. He's like, I'm done. One of the ladies that we worked with, who we hired on, that I never met, but I dealt with on the phone, and oh my, she's a fucking handful. Not too long after she started working for us, she kind of got super stressful because her and her roommate were having issues, and of course all of us are like quote unquote roommate. None of us knew the truth, but it's like, wouldn't be surprised if it was a bit more than just roommates. Oh my god, they were roommates. Oh yeah, then there was another guy who, he was an odd one. Call him Theodore. The most I don't give a fuck about nothing, smart, but just did not give a shit. A few years, like in the middle of the pandemic, like before the pandemic, like right before the pandemic, had like, and during the pandemic had like two or three kids, and then during the pandemic, he got a job. took a job somewhere else because uh, his both of his kids were heavily diagnosed on the spectrum, and there was a facility down, I forget where, but it basically I think it was near his hometown. For they like offered a lot of good things and programs and schools and things for his kids, and so he and his wife picked up and moved there, and then he quit working for us and took a job at a place, you know, there, only for things to go south with his wife and basically another nasty divorce. She took the kids, like that level of nasty divorce. So, and then like not too long after the nasty divorce, he quit his job there and came and came back and worked for us again. But then like couple months after starting working with us, he goes on vacation down to somewhere in South America. I'm gonna say like Brazil or something, or maybe Chile, I don't remember, but goes down there for like, you know, 3 weeks, and then comes back, and then I got let go. And not too long after I got let go, my friend who you know, I'm one of my friends that was working there, my office bestie, she tells me that Theodore is fucking quitting the company and going and moving down to South America to be with some woman. It's like, he's all kinds of fucked up. Anyway, when they saw that the buffet was being rationed, the all-inclusive passengers demanded to speak to the captain. The captain is a far better mariner than he is a diplomat and declared their tickets non-refundable. That's when the chips went flying. So it was a food fight.
Hey, wake up the volume, wake up the neighbors. Are you hearing this or what?
And when the chips went flying is when the seabirds descended. So bird shit and eggs.
I'm counting on y'all.
En masse. Gotta love office drama. Like, as much as I fucking hated dealing with customers for like 90% of the time, honestly, there were many a times when I was working in the offices that I was like, I wish I was working at fucking retail, because just having the, you know, random interactivity with people in general, and, you know, like just the office drama was so fucking dumb, and it was like, there were many a times I was like, I was actually wishing to go back to retail. Can understand working to give a bit of a distraction from the grief there. Yeah. And then my office bestie, she no longer, well, she still works for the company, but she recently moved to a different state because she hates the cold. So she moved from the East Coast down to Arizona, I think. But for her work, she still has to travel back to the office, the head office at least, I think she said like at least once every 2 or 3 months she has to go back to the office for like a week. She also moved down there to be closer to her sister, who had so she could spend time with her nieces and nephews down there. But and again, she doesn't like the cold, so like it's so much better. Power to you, girl. As she put it, she's working on her Birkenstocks fan. Because the other thing that, like, just fascinated me with the whole office culture and, you know, things like that is a lot of the people that I worked with, you could very clearly tell had never worked any form of customer service, retail, or anything like that ever before. Hi, Fluffy. How are you? Welcome in. Yeah, you can tell they never worked any kind of customer relations jobs. Excuse me. Granted, most of them were either retired military, so, you know, they spent most of their time working for the government, or they were fresh out of college kids, so who basically went from high school right into college, and then, you know, from college right into the workforce of an office job. So, like, just little things of, like, you know, we would go to restaurants or, you know, or whatnot, and they weren't full-blown Karens, but they were kind of mean and disrespectful to the workers, you know, the working staff. And it's like, you know, or just like I would mention things of, like, you know, hey, maybe not do this, or why would you do that? Think about this. And they'd be like, well, why? And it's like, okay, clearly you've never worked in any kind of customer service. I get it. But those are things you need to think of when you're dealing with a product that you're selling and giving to a customer. Even if that customer is the military, you still got to think of shit like this. Because that's not how the fucking world works. So how you doing, Fluffy? How have you been? It's been a while since you've been in here. We've missed you. Is this gonna ding at some point? There we go. Fuck's sakes.
Success off the high, but failure wants to be seen. But I won't give it the pleasure. I'm rising measure by measure. I'm making money by minute. Keeping grip on my treasure. I'm whipping the competition, collecting more hearts than Castlevania. Hit me to catch the jet set mania. Say something, say something. Bring a little closer now. Say something. Hard war with the cold south.
Oh, I saw it. Saws it. There we go.
Grabbing the pen and come and stab them again. They think they're mad at the shit. Just go look at what I did. Go back to grinding your skin. It's just a binge. Money talks. I only listen when I spend just to live. Then I go and make it all back again. With millennial friends, celebrate the last day. Raise how to grab praise to a love don't taste. I feel I'm powerful. The music pop me up and waste.
So yeah, just if you're young, You shouldn't be too young, my chat. I do make this is an 18 plus stream. What are you doing? I'm cleaning a boat. What are you doing here, Fluffy? Fluffy, so good to see you. You should die. Link, it's been too long. You will die. It has been a bit. How are you? How you be? We've missed you.
Actually, a lot of times, actually never people come up to me in the street and say, hey, raps. And I'm like, yeah. And they ask me, hey, can you freestyle something for me real quick? And just real quick to prove your worth as an artist. And I'm like, no.
I'm
Dramatically,
had a bit of a
7 to 10 layers of
dysphoric mental meh day, like mental shutdown day today, but I'm fine. I mean, it's still there, but there's not much I can do about it. Not much anybody else can do about it. But I appreciate all y'all being here. And just as a heads up, I don't know if you follow me on Blue Sky, but I have hit 300 followers on Blue Sky, and as promised, I will be playing Portal 2 for the first time ever on stream, because I hit 300 followers on Blue Sky. Yay! And I also put out the little note that if I hit 400, I will do co-op Portal 2 with Mega. Good friend Mega G Wolf. And if he'd be okay with it. If not, I'll find somebody else to do co-op with, but he might be down for it. But we have to hit 400. So next week when I stream will be Portal 2. Also, as a quick reminder to everybody, next week Friday there will be no stream because next week Friday is our community day in the Discord, so do be sure to show up for that. We're going to be watching the Epic the Musical Animatic. It's like a 2.5 hour musical. It's basically somebody has been turning Homer's Odyssey into a musical, which I think is the full thing is listenable. Like, you can download and listen to it. It's all been, it's all performed and everything. But some people have been doing animatics, which anybody who does not know, an animatic is basically like a rough animation, like not a finalized animation, but rough animation. So somebody has done that for pretty much the entire musical so far. Most of it. I don't think it's the entire musical, but it's a big chunk of it. So we're going to be watching that in the Discord. For anybody who wants to come and hang out and listen and watch and chit chat, just vibe. Portal 2 is so good. I don't know why they even made the first one. Hey, I played the crap out of the first one. When the second one came out, I didn't have the money to purchase it, so I never played it. But a couple years ago, I got a free copy of Portal 2 from a coworker because he already had a copy of it. Because he really liked Portal, so like he loves the Portal games, and he bought Portal the board game because he came out with a board game for Portal. And with it came a free copy code for Portal through Steam. And he's like, I already have the game. And I was like, I don't. Can I have it? And he said, sure. And I redeemed the code and I've yet to play Portal. But hey, I played the ever-loving shit out of Portal 1. I loved that game. Do not disrespect Portal. That's just mean. That's what I thought. So, and then I have no idea what we're gonna do for July's community. The first one was a triumph. Yep, this is a triumph. I'm making a note here. Huge success. But yeah, July's community day in the Discord. I have no idea what we're gonna do because it falls on the 4th of July, which is, you know, Independence Day here in the States, but is also the day right before my birthday. So I don't know what we're gonna do for July's community day. I would like to do some fun interactive stuff. But for a lot of the fun interactive stuff, we do need quite a few people to join in on the community day. Which I appreciate everybody who does show up, but it's not a lot in all honesty. Whale explode up here. We get this bad. Apparently there was a food fight, a major food fight, because the incredible Mr. Cheese, which was a magician apparently. Here, hold on. There way to read the. Yeah, here we go. Okay. Here we go. Hey, great news. Captain says he's checked the contracts and we're in the clear. Thank Poseidon for maritime law. Anyways, what that means is that I can now tell you exactly what happened here. So we'd been having a rough time of it, truth be told. We'd hired a magician called the Great Ted Cheese, but he disappeared. Literally. That's not a joke. We still haven't found him. He was there opening night, did some balloon magic for the kids that went down like a lead one, and we haven't seen him since. So that meant that entertaining the passengers all rested on our resident theater ensemble, heads, shoulders, knees, and toes. Well, for starters, they weren't used to performing for grown-ups, and by day 5, they were all out of pre-prepared material anyway and became an ill-received improv collective. On day 6, they quickly pivoted and, well, we normally have a no food on deck policy, but by way of apology, a buffet was hastily prepared in the pool area. This backfired as we'd woefully underestimated the demand from the all-inclusive ticket holders. I told the captain that we really shouldn't be offering those tickets on a family cruise, but did he listen? When they saw that the buffet was being rationed, the all-inclusive passengers demanded to speak to the captain. The captain is a far better mariner than he is a diplomat and declared their tickets non-refundable. That's when the chips went flying, and when the chips went flying is when the seabirds descended. En masse. So it's food and bird shit all over here. Nice. saw it. I saw it for a split second. Wall. There it is.
Hold your butt. It's time for Jet Set Classic.
Jet Set Classic.
This track ain't seen the light of day in close to
There
30
he
years.
is.
Once I dust it off a little, I'm gonna let her rip. So listen up.
Hello, Mr. Design Cooks. Game I'm addicted to. I mean, Car Wash Simulator is very addicting. It's that nice level of satisfying and like clear objective base of like, okay, I need to clean this, like I need to clean things. What do I clean? Obviously you're gonna fucking know what you need to clean. Jet Set for the win. Yeah. Well, this is a it's Too Mellow, who basically made a Jet Set Radio and Jet Set Future heavily inspired albums. Basically took the idea of if there was more music for the Jet Set franchise, like what would it sound like? He kind of put together his own thing. Yeah, Too Mellow. That's the number 2 MELLO. There's 2 albums, I believe. This one is Memories of Tokyoto, and the second one is Sounds of Tokyoto Future, which I've only played a demo of Jet Set Radio Future. I've never actually played the full game, but I played the absolute crap out of Jet Set Radio, or Jet Grind Radio as it was eventually called. I remember when all of the like announcements and everything for it, and like the previews and the E3 announcement, it was called Jet Set Radio. But for some reason, I don't know why, whenever they released it in the US or in the West, they changed the name to Jet Grind Radio. Even though in the game, the radio station is still called Jet Set. Like, Jet Set Radio! Only ever watched playthroughs of Future or of Jet Set Radio in general. Because Jet Set Radio, according to our good friend Mega, after you play Jet Set Radio, yeah, the first one, yeah. Apparently, according to Mega, once you play Jet Set Radio Future, you cannot go back to Jet Set Radio, because just the control schemes and things are just so much better and smoother. But I would love to stream Jet Set Radio, but it is full of so much copyright music. DRM music out the wazoo. This is kind of Lisa Frankie, not gonna lie. Also, Mr. Design, I apologize. How are you doing? Welcome in. rounded columns and infinity pool walls.
Lesson 1. Basic dip. Basic to dip is the concept of digging. Dig. How would you define dig?
Well, you know, man, like when you dig something.
Well, yes.
Dig, baby.
You're not done being clean? Nope. There we go. Ah.
Vocabulary building.
So now,
No doubt some of
we're
these phrases
clean.
Romo just used are
What
unfamiliar
else
to you.
is there to
Let's
clean?
examine some of these phrases more closely.
Dig. Dig it.
Bitch.
Dig yourself. Forget it. Dig. Dig it.
Well, yes.
Again, I just love the like whoever's name, send this to the person whose name I wrote down. They owe you $20. Bitch. Okay. Alright, let's clean the dirty bitch. Probably gonna clean like half of this and it'll flash being like, you're done. Oh, you bitch. Let's see how much of it we can clean without getting rid of the bitch. May I approach the bitch? What did you say? May I approach the bench? Damn. We're gonna have to start cleaning it up. Yeah, I would love to stream Jet Set Radio. If I could get a copy of it somewhere, Jet Set Radio Future would be nice. But sadly, between the DRM or DMCA and with like Future, with Jet Set Radio Future, there's no other way to play that game except on the original Xbox. Sadly. So because it never got ported anywhere. They've never done like a re-release remaster kind of thing. Job's done. Let's see that again. Bitch. Power washer, that is amazing. I can't believe you got everything. I even smudged a piece of meringue behind a sunbed to test you, and that's gone. I think we're going to just let the passengers entertain themselves for the remainder. Having said that, the great Ted Cheese has just showed up. He said his confidence had taken a hit and that he wanted to prove to himself that he still had it by escaping from the emergency pantry. He was stuck in there for 10 days. To be honest, he'd still be down there if not for one of the all-inclusive passengers sneaking down for a creme brulee. Anyways, thanks again. Alright, let's start the Muckingham files. Clean the food truck. Ella good. This shit's ella good. Thanks for coming all this way, Scrubbadubbas. Really appreciate it. My food truck's in a sorry old state. It's a long story, so I'll fill you in along the way, but in a nutshell, business has just gotten tougher and tougher. I've had to start delivering to customers wherever I can find them. Right now, the only folks interested are those living the quiet life in the national park. I guess the rumors haven't reached that far yet, but then neither has the Department of Transport. Off-roading was a nightmare. It splattered my ingredients everywhere, and I must have hit more tree branches than a sulking Sasquatch. Now I've returned to the recreation ground. I'm understandably getting nothing but filthy looks from the passers-by. Please keep clean both my truck and my reputation. Ella. This food's ella good, yo. Aren't steam locomotives extraordinary pieces of engineering? Would you like to know more about how they work? Sure, Bertha Jefferson. Tell me how they work. And why are you talking to me? I feel like some salacious gossip on my brother. I got plenty of that. I'm not working on a locomotive. Why are you talking to me about a locomotive? Reply, yes please, for gossip, or stay silent for locomotive facts. There we go. I'm guessing you've heard of my famous Muckingham burger. Ada. You may have seen my catchy ad on local network a while back. We know about the ham, but what's the muck? Ada? Then I'd come on and shake my head and tap my nose. Sorry guys, but you're all out of luck. In order to work, a steam locomotive needs... Why am I getting steam locomotive? I'm not cleaning the locomotive. In order to work, a steam locomotive needs water and fuel, usually coal, but sometimes even wood or oil. The fuel is stored in the coal car at the back of this one. No, it's not. Bertha, you are... Those are facts from a different thing. I think the game is bugged. What the fuck?
Is a city I'm reppin', art and music collab intersection. Bring it on if you think you can hang, but if not, then let me ease your pain. Got a lot of years on my belt, so my passion is felt, and it's living through the things that I sing. They want me to come off the mic, stay silent, shut up. If they cut off my tongue, then the records are cut up. If they cut off my hands, then I use my feet. Kick the beat, rock the beat, flip the beat, live the beat, master and give the beat. Hit the streets, spin wheels, make your next sleep, which is something I ain't had all week. I'm all weak, cold bleak, but you know
I am
it's the heat
so
when I speak.
confused. What the fuck is going on?
Blood, we're running out of options. The rich are in their houses, we're gonna buy their coffins. I wish I knew my future, I dream about it often. I sharpen weapons, softly from now there ain't no stopping. Rock the fucking beat.
I think the game is bugged. Here we go.
My first draft is better than your last draft. Rapping like a vampire, rap in a black sack. All blood, everything blood, red Adidas. Color coordinated, know the jam when you see us. Flying down the hills on the wheels of steel. Jet set blades on parade in the shade. I'm the type of cat you can't spot in a mirror. Only cocky girls dressed just like Vampira. We got Mass Hero, we got Master Scale. You crew calls it crew eyes and
Ding.
it's all about blood flow, no love. GG's where them streets hell on you. She better say please, better come to Benton boys. Come to Kagane show and bring your radio. We always ready to go. You know you better get all two of your boys in. I'm trying to know this fire. I feel it's poison. Poison. With a can in my hand.
Live and die for the chance. Get poison with a can in my hand. Aye, 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 live and die for the chance.
Poison. With a can in my hand.
Aye, 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 live and die for the chance. Get poison with a can in my hand. Aye, 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 live and die for the chance. La, 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 la. La, 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 la. La, 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 la.
I got a lumpy face, my hair is scraggly. I'm all lonely, nobody wants me.
Okay,
So for the
let's
other monsters, we
change.
doing monster things. Run your block, cop bones like chicken wings. Spot me watching Nosferatu on loop. Amygdala destroying enigma, yeah, that's poison. Rikaku catch my bodies in chairs, I'll massacre. If we ever working together, then that's a fact. That me and my baby on the graveyard steps. Always rock matching ice after blood sacrifice. Parlay with gain action to reclaim our reps. Spray with the same passion that you pray for death. Don't need chemical fix for my maniacal tricks. 420 kids fucking hell, give me 666. Say if you wanna get with this, form up, join hands, get a knife, share blood, and give your life to the jam. Poison, with a can in my hand. Aye, 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 for the jam. Poison, with a can in my hand. Aye, 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 gonna die for the jam. Poison, with a can in my hand. Aye, 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 gonna die for the jam. Poison, with a can in my hand. Aye, 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 gonna die for the jam.
So, y'all got anything fun planned for the weekend? I'm not sure if I want to, but primarily because I kind of don't want to go by myself. But this weekend is it's Tabletop Oahu, basically a small little convention for tabletop games like excuse me, board games, D&D, Pathfinder, stuff like that. And it's only tomorrow and Sunday, so I might go Sunday because me and my parents might be doing some stuff tomorrow. But I kind of don't want to go by myself. But I kind of want to go just to kind of like see nerdy shit. Because a lot of that stuff didn't really exist when I was a kid growing up here. Like the one of the real major nerdy things that we had was an anime convention called Kawaii Con, and it's all right. The biggest problem for all of these conventions is you don't really advertise anything here, like for those. I was trying to generate some mystery about the ingredients of my burgers, get a buzz going. I always forget about the lower windowsill. Yeah, anybody got any of y'all got anything fun and interesting planned for the weekend? Anything going on for the start of Pride Month for any of y'all? Muckenham Burgers. Come try our new volcano burgers. $7. $7 for a burger is not that bad, actually. Bang! Flash Byron! Ding! So Fluffy, where have you been? What have you been up to? Haven't seen you in forever. Getting up to anything fun and crazy and exciting? Am I too quiet? I can't turn myself up, so I'm sorry. But I have a feeling like I'm asking questions and nobody's responding. Unless everybody's just in sleepy mode. Oh, shit. Nope, you're done. There we go. Eric, so quiet. Okay. Fucking. I'm trying, but my fucking audio shit doesn't want to fucking work properly. Like, I am maxed out on everything. But I can't go any louder. My Go XLR, if I go too much louder on it, like if I go too loud on my Go XLR, you'll start to hear like a popping, hissing bus sound in the background, and it's really fucking annoying. Reduce the music volume. I thought I had it reduced quite a bit. Yep, there's the buzzing and popping. So I have to turn that back down. No, it's fine, Wraithy. It's not your fault. I appreciate you and people saying anything, honestly. It's just, I'm fucking frustrated. I spent so much money on this Go XLR and it's all fucking bust up. I mean, it has been like 4 years since I bought the thing, so it's just, what's really annoying is like anytime I'm talking, I'm like, I'm loud. I feel like I'm loud. I feel like I'm too loud. And yet everybody's like, you're quiet as fuck. It's like, how am I quiet? How am I quiet? I am being so loud right now. That's the part that frustrates me the most. It's nothing to do with anybody else. It's quite literally me. And like I said, I've got, through Streamlabs OBS, I've got me maxed out. I've got me maxed out through my Go XLR. The only thing I don't have maxed out is the fucking gain. Because if I put the gain up too much to make myself louder, then it starts getting crackling and popping. And it's frustrating. Like, okay. Oh no, I need to turn that back on. Yeah, like, I don't know what to, I don't know what to say or do. It's so annoying. What happens if I reduce that? If I reduce that, no, it doesn't really do anything. Okay. Max, you back the fuck out. Cause like, I don't know. Sadly, I don't know what half this shit does. Even though I watched a whole video that was like, here's how you would go through to, you know, for you to craft all of this stuff, and this is what you want it to be, and this is the range you want it to be. You know, be sure to be talking in your mic, you know, your mic, so that it, maybe I can do that. Hello. Aha, I found a way to do it, because there's an option in there that I didn't fucking see before. How's this? Am I too loud now? Am I too loud? Am I too quiet? How about now? Let me get right about there. Sound much better? Okay. I think I might have found a way around my issue. Okay. So, and if I get too loud, I can just pull this down a little bit and be perfectly fine. Okay, I think I might have found a workaround for now, but I would like to get a new Go XLR at some point. Okay. Okay, I think we're good. So, how's everybody doing? I hope you're all doing fine. Hope you're all doing well. How are you, Wraithy? It's been a while since I've seen you in here. Fancy Gun has that power washer drip. Yes, it does. So, Fluffy, since you probably didn't hear me earlier, what have you been up to? What have you been up to since last time you were in chat? Haven't seen you in a bit. Bing. Just had a meatball with peanut satay sauce. Ooh, that sounds tasty. Oh, you know what sucks, chat? We had Jollibee for lunch / dinner like a few hours ago. I had 3-piece chicken, adobo rice, and French fries with gravy. And it's already worn off, and I'm already kind of like, I'm hungry. Then I looked at the work my cool new boss has come up with cool new projects. Are you being sarcastic, or are they actually cool new projects and your boss is actually really cool? But in the sauce container there was mold. Aww. I don't think you're gonna die, Wraithy. You might get a tummy ache. Fact is, there was nothing special about what I put in there. It was just the standard malarkey plus a lot of salt. Salt makes everything taste amazing. Anywho, it worked a treat. We were rushed off our feet for years. So he's fine, but he decided that it's time for a new accounting system. The thing is to determine the one he likes best. We are running 2 in parallel. Fun! Ah, so the satirical new project, new fun. Yay. I'm sorry, buddy. So you get to do twice the work for the same pay. So lucky. Welcome to capitalism. For some reason, I can't for the life of me figure out why, but this food truck map is making me think of Circus Burger. Woo! I want to jump out of the window, but since it's a one-story building, I just be laying in the bushes. And if it was more than one story, we would be very sad that you would no longer be with us, Fluffy. Ding! Ding, ding! Let's crank that up a little and see how we go from there. Now that I know where to start adjusting things. Let me up there. Yeah. We'll be very sad, Fluffy. We'd be very sad. Ding! Blue snowball ice microphone. Nice. Yeah, it's not my microphone. It's not my microphone that's the problem, because it's a Shure SMB 7097, like, or 79, whatever, 97B, whatever. It's a very nice microphone, and the microphone works very well. It's my mixer, my Go XLR, the hardware that it plugs into, that then plugs into my computer. That's where a lot of the issue is coming from. It just suddenly started causing a crackling and buzzing noise if I have it set at a certain point. Then the cat started to go missing. Do you remember? Starting with Ulysses, the mayor's cat. What the fuck does the cat missing thing have to do with the burger place? I hate working with mixers. I don't mind it. Like, I'm slowly learning how they, like learning them. Plus, it has a lot of features that I really like. Like that. But, that was fine. But when more disappeared, a rumor started that they were going into my burgers. Can you imagine? Oof. That's why it linked to the, got it. Maybe as a prequel to Power Washing Sim, they can just have just washing simulator where you move the mouse back and forth to scrub. So like the cleaning technique in Voices of the Void. You haven't seen that? Yeah, in Voice of the Void, you pick up a sponge or a mop or whatnot, and you have to get it wet and then physically slap it against the wall while holding the sponge, and then move your mouse across to you hear squeak, 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 and you'll slowly clean surfaces and things. Ding. Ding ding. 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 And to actually power wash cement because of black walnuts. Didn't really work. Oof. Wait, do black walnuts like stain or something, or? Ding. These black stains when they leak or rot or hit the cement. Oof. It's young. What is a young Fluffy? It's cool to erase the chalkboards and go outside and clap your races. I remember having to do that. Back in my day, I remember having to do that as well. For I too am old, as I turn 38 in a month and a few days. Old, hey, fuck you. I mean this in the kindest way possible. Fuck you. I feel like we've established this, Wraithy. I'm old. I'm like what, 4 years, 3 years, 3 or 4 years older than you? How old are you, Fluffy? 40? Are you Senisu's age? Although Senisu's not 40 yet, but he's almost. I know you're not Wiggins' age. Wiggins 50, I think. 46? Jesus, Fluffy. I didn't realize you were that much older. Holy crap. Not gonna lie. Don't really act your age. Probably what threw me off most. Fun to hang with you, youngins. You gotta stay young at heart. Mm-hmm. You look a lot younger in IRL than you are, Preeti. Yeah, I know some people who like that, who are like that. It's like you look at them and it's like, oh, you're like 25. It's like, no, I'm 40. Like, wait, what? Of course, for me, all growing up, I was always thought to be older than I actually am. Nowadays, I don't really get a lot of people asking me anything. Most people avoid me. Because I'm a vampire. Mm-hmm. I mean, not entirely wrong. It's not entirely untrue. Nom 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 nom. Because I'd built up this mystery, people leaned into it and my sales took a dive. In the end, I declared my ingredient list, and when people saw the colossal salt content, that really was the end. I was left with no option but to deliver to the odd customer where I found them, and I do mean odd. Spent the last weekend at a convention. Anime convention? Nice. Cosplayed the whole time? Hell yeah. I've never been brave enough to do cosplay. Mostly because, you know, I'm a fat fuck. So, yeah, don't exactly have the body for cosplay. I need to lose weight. I really need to, like, exercise and eat better. Jealous of all you bitches with your high metabolisms. Well, you have a lot more confidence than I do, Wraithy. More power to you. Excuse me. Ah, I saw it.
I'm trying to wreck everything I touch, crush it in my clutch, no respect for no act. In my city, get back. I ain't broke, I hate capital. Speaking to
There we go.
elemental down to basic functions. My iron can be tensing like tungsten.
Hi, Fluffy. Have a good night. Guess we'll sleep. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate yous. Do one of the cosplays I wanted to do because nothing would fit, and I don't know. You have the confidence to stream. I don't. Yeah, but streaming confidence is a little different because I'm a VTuber, so nobody can actually see what I look like. Because back in the day when I did, you know, before I was a VTuber, we don't talk about that at that time, but now I'm going to. I didn't really have a lot of confidence then either. I swapped over to VTubing because I never liked the way I looked, and you know. Especially whenever I realized I was trans, it's like, now I understand why I don't like the way I look. And to this day, I'm still slowly starting to come to terms with the way I look. So, it's different. To me, in my eyes, it's different. I know for most people, not so much, but for me, kind of is. There we go. We're different in our reasons. Yep. Hold it. Aha! There we go. No, come back. Get back up. I'm not happy with the way I look, but I care more about making cool characters than how I look. Being a virtual avatar for me was always about the ability to be anything. Exactly. There we go. I get it. It's gonna rain in like 15 minutes in my area. Fucking stop letting me know. I've even limited myself based on the gender of the avatar, even though I identify as male. Yeah. I mean, honestly, like, I gave you the freedom to be the gender you prefer. Exactly. Like, VR chat, like, it's one of those, look, for me personally, looking back on it, like, to an outside observer, they probably didn't really notice and think about a lot of the things that I did, because I kept a lot of it very personal and close to the chest. Didn't really talk about much. Some people, even my family, but you know, it's that typical, like, looking back, it's like, oh yeah, well, the fucking signs were there the whole time. But VR chat really was the thing that kind of made me, like, started to make me realize things of like, oh, you know, unless it's a character who I enjoy or want to do a funny little meme with, if I'm just vibing and hanging out with people, my vibing and hanging out with people avatars, I tend to gravitate towards are female. You know, and then just feeling weird being in, you know, something other than a female avatar. And then, you know, again, just the secretly kind of new. I like most of you guys from VR chat. I'm pretty sure a lot of you knew. Like, it was kind of, because I have quite a few friends in VR chat who I'm like, someday the bombshell is going to be dropped and I will not be surprised. But I'm more talking like my coworkers, my friends growing up in high school who I don't even keep in contact with, my family. A lot of that, not a lot was really, to them anyway, was kind of obvious. But so when I dropped that bombshell on them, it was kind of a, wasn't really expecting that. But then again, for, most people like myself, like, of course it's not obvious because a lot of the stuff that, we do and or think about is a lot of internal stuff. Like, we're not openly spouting a lot of this stuff to the heavens for anyone to hear. Like, it's a lot of it's internal and, staying up at late at night thinking about things. Dreams and feelings, which, don't really talk about all that much. Super bad about keeping in contact. I am too. Like, I'm not, like, with current friends, I'm not as bad because, it's a lot easier with, like, Discord and stuff. But, like, back in high school, people moved away and suddenly it's like, if they changed their phone number because, well, I mean, they had to change their phone number, or, if they got a new cell phone number, unless they're fucking letting you know, yeah, then, okay, totally don't remember, I've totally lost contact with you, don't really send letters to each other kind of stuff, like, interior door handle. There we go. What's next? Tires. Oh, right. The ass ends of the tires. Or not? Casually referring to me to, oh, I thought you were talking like, like old high school friends. But yeah, and I also like, I do have trouble keeping in touch with people. Like, unless I see them on a regular basis, I tend to be like, oh yeah, I forgot. Didn't have any friends in high school? I'm sorry, Wraithy. I mean, I didn't have a lot of friends in high school. I had like maybe 4 friends. I had a lot of acquaintances, like, people hung out with and did stuff at school, but it was just kind of a, you know, hey, how's it going? Hey, how's it going? You know, I have a few jokes and laughs here and there, but then that was kind of it. But as far as like outside of school, I had like 4, maybe 5 friends. Fiend. Truck looks amazing. You're a whiz. Watching you soothingly wash away all that filth got me thinking, though. I need a fresh start. I'm going for a full rebrand. I'm either going to move to Bucketon and go full chicken or Spongely and do a bakery conversion. What do you think? Let's clean the satellite dish. That sounds like fun. Debo Chubb. How you doing, Doc? I'm a friend of Cal's. He gave me your deets. Says you do a great job. I've been asked on behalf of my client to get a power washer down to the county observatory to help clean up. It had a quiet reopening a few months back, but it looks like whoever it is that put up the cash ain't too happy about the results they've been getting, hence getting you in. And don't ask me who it is or what's going on. I have no clue. I'm just the caretaker. What the fuck? Why is it resetting all of my jobs? It's gonna reset that fucking job. No, okay, it still says it's cleaned. Never mind, whatever. Weird. Ooh. Hello. Anyway, hello. Love and peace, brother. They're here. The Alamos. The Alamos are here, brother. They're here for all of us. Come here to do butt stuff. I guess you heard a lot of the theories behind all the mad stuff that's happening right now. No idea what you're talking about, homie. Seriously, it feels like whoever I talk to, I'm only ever 3 go-ons away from hearing something completely insane. Uh-huh. Ugh. Ding. Yeah, much bigger swath. Ding. Oh, more debt. Ding. 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 I don't wanna be no policeman. I just wanna do dumb shit with my friends. I don't wanna see no policeman. I just wanna do dumb shit with my friends. I don't wanna be no policeman. I just wanna do dumb shit with my friends. I don't wanna see no policeman. I just wanna do dumb shit with my friends.
Fuck GG's, it's an op dead drops. Bodies turn up in record shops. Jim, listen, this guy is set up. Opposition in the sewers. Makes a present with precision. Streaking, had to sleep with. Chris the first tagging, then we bagging.
Wee.
Loyal to the grip, deep in the soil till then. We use the drip to the dead boils. My boys made me know I'm on it. CRTTV's with me, I'm on it. Got the kin and the style to get it in. You know I make it radiate like I said. I get you from the home life like a deal in. No screaming for the pigs, but the children. I just want a little
Ding.
jewelry. For the jet, you know we always up to foolery. I don't wanna see no policeman.
I just wanna do dumb shit with my friends. I don't wanna see no policeman. I just wanna do dumb shit with my friends. I don't want no policeman. I just wanna do dumb shit with my friends. I don't wanna see no policeman. I just wanna do dumb shit with my friends. Where else is there fucking stuff? Clearly there's a spot somewhere. There it was. Bitch. Okay. Oh man. I gotta warm up my hands because they're getting cold. But if I turn my AC off, then I get hot. It's no fun. First world problems. Can I make it onto the roof from here?
Hell no, we
Oh, ah, barely. I got this. I can do this. Yo, fucking nailed it. Ding. All right. Let's a fucking go. There we go. It's always the fucking door handles, man. Door handles and door frames. Excuse me. This is a lot of dust, dirt, and sand. Whee! Oh, sorry. I got an itch on my back. Back scratcher to the rescue. Ah, that feels good. Whew. Okay. Much better. Oh my god, that fucking eagle is loud. Actually, it's not an eagle, that's a hawk.
Trying the link cause I'm white. So slide up to me saying, these people. But don't whisper in my ear like the yin yangs. We ain't on the same page the way we see things. Ain't no life in the blow, just a whip in the steam. To remind you what I mean if you don't listen when I sing. So next time you violate a human, try to have a date. Better pray the two mellows, not one arm either way. Hold up, rockin', smack a racist in the face. Jet out and leave him screaming in the place. Hold up, rockin', smack a racist in the face. Jet out and leave him screaming in the place. Hold up, rockin', smack a racist in the face. Jet out and leave him
Ding. Now, I was not expecting this to be a pale blue underneath.
clean up my car. Your family and friends tried everything short of smacking you. If they're cheering and back you, then they can get a smacking too. You're old enough to go mask off, you're bad enough to get smacked on. You're old enough to know better than, but you're cold enough to keep on going. You'll levitate from my left hand, get resuscitate from my right, and with all hopes you think about what you did late that night. I'm known as Count Smackula, Smackavelli, Smack 10. After they gave me those names, I smacked them, I smacked them. I mastered the smack jutsu, ate the smack fruit too. I can
I thought I would have just a regular ladder.
straight from the heart. You come straight from hate. And if you're threatening someone, I ain't gonna sit around and wait. I just smack two cops. I'm waiting to see what the case is because my hands automatically smack people who are racist.
Yeah.
Yeah, last action hero. Welcome to the snack parade. My favorite cereal is Honey Smacks. Imagine the Honey Smack straw with one hand behind his back, the other hand smacking like 7 people at once. That's me. I walk around town with all their faces still stuck in my hands, smacking Ari Dollar sheets. Better pray you don't meet me. If you're fooling up, you know I'll be pulling up.
Na-na-na. All right, I'm hitting super hyper focus mode. Sorry, chat. I'm trying to think of things to like talk about that aren't like, you know, it me or anyone else super angry, anxious, agitated, anything along those lines. But I can't really seem to come up with anything. Oh, my hands are cold. Sorry, chat. My hands are very cold. Oh, I know something. So another thing I'm thinking I might attempt doing, it's mostly going to be kind of challenging for me to try and stick to it. But one, setting up an actual schedule for streams, and two, maybe only streaming like for trying to keep my streams to like 2, maybe 3 hours, if like 3 will be pushing it, but try and like keep my streams to like a set time. Not because I don't want to be streaming, trust me, I would love to be streaming all the time, but more to try and, I guess, use Twitch's system to my advantage to possibly try and push for getting the numbers, my view counts, my average view counts up, so that it can slowly creep up and possibly get us to partner. But the thing is, I mean, yes, I get it. I am nowhere near the 75 average viewers per stream thing that they fucking want from you, but I can slowly start working towards getting an averaged out by streaming set this. To reach Twitch partner, you need to stream like in a 30-day period. You need to have streamed like 12 times, I think. And I hear the rattling. You need to stream like 12 days. I think it's 12 days or 14 days. It might be 12. Have an averaged viewer count of 75 and streamed for, I want to say like 25 or 30 hours within that 30-day period thing. So, and what average viewership does is just that. It takes your 30-day period and takes how many hours in total you streamed during those 30-day periods, and then takes how many viewers you had over that 30-day period. Concurrent viewers. So like, the average of number of viewers that kind of like came in and hung out and stuck around for a bit. So they show, so it takes that, takes the number of hours you streamed, and it averages those out. So you could get, like have a couple of streams where you were at like, 80 viewers, like on a good solid steady 80 viewers. But if you streamed like, if every single one of your streams is like 6, 7, 8 hours, then it's going to average out, and it could be like, yeah, your average viewer count is, averaged out to say, to like, 54 viewers, is your average viewer count. Like, but I've had this, and like, yeah, but the hours that you streamed were ridiculous. Like you went for really long streams. So I'm thinking I might try and like reduce the amount of time, the amount of time per stream, and then stream, you know, certain number of times a week to try and start getting those averages to start actually averaging out. Especially now that, you know, they're starting to take any raids, any viewers from raids, they're starting to take those into account. Because before they used to not track or, you know, calculate. It's like, oh, you got a raid of, you know, 150 viewers. You know, somebody raided you with 150 people. That's cool. We're not going to count them. Any of them who stick around and hang out for a bit, if they refresh the page or if they get shown an ad, which causes it to automatically refresh, then they'll calculate them and they'll add them up. But I mean, that's why a lot of people would often tell, like, hey, you know, we're gonna raid this person, and when you get there, I need you to refresh the page so that it counts you as an actual viewer. Now it's like, no, it's like, you got rated by 150 people. That's 150 people that it's going to calculate into your average viewer count. At least it's supposed to. I don't know if it actually fucking does, or if they're gonna, you know, go back on it. So yeah, I think finding a better time to stream is also will help with that. Because I know a lot of my community is on the East Coast and Central. Therefore, me starting up a stream at, you know, 4 in the evening, 4 in the afternoon, my time will be, you know, 9 o'clock at night or 9 or 10 o'clock at night for people on the Central and East Coast. For example, we've got this Sparky in to do the rewiring, Gary. Should be a stand-up guy, right? I mean, he's rewiring an incredibly complex piece of equipment. Are all over the bloody place, to be honest. I know. Also, hello, Riley. I know you guys are all over the place, but it seems like the one person you expect to hear sense from is him. He looks up at the sky and says, "Weird weather we're having to..." Huh? I nod and say, "Go on, Gary." I feel like a large portion of my community is based in the East Coast, in Central, or Mountain. Is it Mountain or Central? One of the two. I mean, no matter what, all of y'all, no matter where you are in the world, you're all way off from me. How you doing, Riley? How you be? Ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, dum, dum. Ba-dum, dum, 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 dum. Uh-oh, am I super quiet again? Or am I just still just fine? Now I'm always worried. And lurking as usual. Well, that's the other thing. Hi, Ranche. Nothing against any of you guys, but I do seem there's a reason why my Blue Sky account is Dare Strix the background streamer. Not because I'm the background to other streams, I usually am, but mostly because people like seem to put me on in the background and just leave me on while they go do things. It's like, I thought during the one time I played Repo, I had issue with my volume, right? I think you did. New car finally showed up. Nice volume build. Oh, nice. You got a new car? Nice. End up being able to fix it by having my mic go through voice mod and use the clean option. Does I have a nice voice? I get that. I don't understand it, but I get it. And people have said that a lot. But I need engagement. Trying to entertain myself, essentially. It's like, it's one of those, if I'm doing this, I might as well just fucking play by myself. Don't stream it. Or make fucking YouTube videos or something. I don't fucking know. Still haven't found what I'm looking for. So what's the new car that you got, Riley? Is it? It's your car. It's not like a work car or anything, like a work vehicle. This is your vehicle for you, for personal. Can be the hard part. Just really bad with interacting through text myself. Understandable. On an electric mini? Nice. Do you fit in an electric mini? Nothing against you. It's just, you know, my cousin had a regular mini years ago, and I barely fit in that fucking thing. I was just too tall. I'm 6'2", and so way too tall. So it's like, do you fit in it? What I'm looking for. As for, you know, not knowing how to interact through text, I get it. What's with the angry face? I don't remember if you're tall or anything. Like, .511 gang. Okay, so roughly 6 foot. So yeah, like, I guess it still stands. Do you fit? None can go behind me, but I'm very comfortable driving it. Okay. So, no friends. Of course, knowing the friends that we both know, Wouldn't want to go anywhere with them either. Oh, so are Josh and Fred just, are they enemies, not friends? Are they frenemies? Josh made fun of you for buying one. I mean, he's not allowed near it. Well, then I guess I'm not allowed near it because, you know, I'd be too tempted to like put a fucking penny on the back of it and give yourself a little penny racer. Ask you where the ripcord is. Wing! Yee! True, fucking true. Yeah, I wouldn't want I wouldn't want to be in the same vehicle as Bread. I would want to be far away from Bread and vehicles. Period. You right? So he's like 6'3", so his knees would be by his ears. Yeah, it's not fun. Okay, not gonna lie, was not expecting this building to be bright blue and white like this. Aha. Fred ever asked, why won't you let me go with you anywhere? Just be like, because I want to keep my teeth. Also, interview went well, so fingers crossed I'll be a lab assistant next month. Fuck yeah. Best of luck, buddy. I hope you get it. Hello, Matthew. Played the free split gate thing, super laggy. Aw. It is unfortunate. Ding. Split gate. It's split gate too. Ah, always the underside of the fucking handrails. Since the world we live in. Super laggy? Well, I mean, don't think it's been out for too long, so gonna make sense. They're gonna have a bit of, although I think it might be like Splitgate 1, where to keep it free to play and not, you know, predatory on a lot of the purchase, you know, like in-game purchases and stuff, they might do a peer-to-peer connection instead of a dedicated server. And so depending upon who is the host of the game, it can probably get very laggy. But sadly, for if you want something to be, you know, non-predatory and free, there's some caveats you gotta take. Oh my god. Oh, shit. Bam. 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 Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-da-da-da. Oh. Bing. Bing. Blah. Bing. Bing. Where the fuck is the last of this goddamn dirt? This fucking railing. Found it. Okay. So much dirt. Yeah, at least it doesn't track the dirt and mung anywhere. Oh my god. Okay. I have to turn my air conditioner off. Because it is just... my hand is freezing. Bom, 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 bom. Alidade outer deck? Is that what this is called? An Alidade? Never fucking heard of that before. All I did was go walk out there. That's all I did. Alidade. There's a bunch of tiny little spots. That's what's so annoying. Oh, there we go. And now for the Aladade inner deck. Just when you thought you were done, Sonny. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. There's more. Clean the rust. Oh. There was a deck trim. I did not realize what that was a thing I was supposed to do. Is the paint still that good under the rust though? Right? Like, it should be. Granted, most of this probably isn't rust. It's probably dirt and dust and sand from the surrounding area. But yeah, some of the parts that are like rust, very obviously rust, it is like fascinating of like, how's everything underneath this still good? Excuse me. So Gary goes on. Of course, I'm expecting him to say something interesting about atmospherics, like how the volcano is affecting our local weather system. He says, "Yeah, you notice that we're getting more clouds than normal?" I nod again and say, "Go on, Gary." Yeah, like these little patches, They're very clearly supposed to be like hard caked on and rust. And so it's like, shouldn't the paint and stuff be, you know, peeling away? It does care not for the oxidizing of metal, and it saddens me. Well, maybe they take that into account in the second one, because the second one's coming out this year. Power Wash Simulator 2. Have a good night, Wraithy. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out. I appreciate you. Get some good sleeps. Excuse me. Because, I mean, if you think about it, the game also doesn't take into account the fact of, like, you know, I'm spraying this with a bunch of water. There should be water that is, you know, pooling and collecting and washing down the side of the wall at the same time. Like, you know, where's the puddles of water? It dries near instantaneously. So, you know, they're taking some liberties with some things, which is fine. Really fucking hot, I guess. Only knows what I'd be without you. God only knows what I'd be without you. God only knows what I'd be without you. Excuse me. Give him some pressure. Hans? Are these the bad guys? Ding. Oh, Riley. So, what are your thoughts on Bungie and the new Destiny and all the shit coming out about Marathon? How your thoughts on it? Ding. Haven't played Destiny in a while, so no comment there, but I called that Marathon would be shit. I'm not even just talking about that though, because like, yes, I also like like when they first announced it, I was like, oh, this looks cool. And then when I found out it's an extraction shooter, I'm like, but why? And I'll admit, you know, seeing some of the stuff afterwards kind of seemed interesting, you know. But then just everything since the pre-alpha playtest and seeing how everything about it and people playing it and then being like, and this is supposed to be out by September? Like, hell fucking no. And then all the, you know, stolen art controversy and all manner of things. Just like, man, it's just not going very well.
Turn my back to the wind to catch my breath before I start off again. Living on without a moment to spend, to pass an evening with a drink and a friend. I let my skin get too thin. I'd like to pause, no matter what I pretend. Like some pilgrim who learned to transcend. Learn to live like every step was the end.
Where the fuck is the last fucking Brits that needs to be? Right fucking there, apparently. The fact that it's the same engine, I think, it just looks like they've slapped some paint on Destiny and given it some new models. Not impressed. Yeah, I mean, yes. The aesthetic did look nice. Like, the aesthetic looked nice. But from everything I'd seen and heard of the gameplay, it's like, this is fucking rough. Like, there's not much to it. And it's not even rough in that, like, the gameplay is rough. It's more rough of, like, there's nothing there. Like, you know, you jump in, you play, but there's nothing to really keep you going back in and going in for more. Because, like, Tarkov, you know, you've got, I don't really know too much about Tarkov. I just know that, like, you've got contracts that you got to collect goods. You know, so you go in and you know, you're trying to get all the materials you need, which Marathon is like that. But, like, Hunt Showdown is an extraction shooter, but it's like, go in and fight find a boss monster and fight it while also avoiding other players who are also trying to fight and kill the boss monster. You know, so there's an objective and a unified objective. There's also the fact that, like, in Marathon, like, your bounty contract thing that you sign up to do, which you can only do one at a time, there's like 4 factions or 3 or 4 factions, but you can only work on one at a time instead of, like, picking a bounty thing from each one and working on all 3 at the same time to level each one up. You can only work on one, but the thing is, if you go in with as a group, especially with randos, which I have, you know, a lot of people have talked about, like, it is not a solo player friendly game. Like, no matter how, like, the way that, even if you were to go in solo by yourself, you're going up against parties of, you know, teams of 3, like in Hunt Showdown. So it's like, no matter how good you are, you're not good enough to go up against a team of 3. Add on top of the fact that, like, okay, go in solo and, you know, join up with randos. Well, you're joined up with randos, each of you without in-game communication. You may all have different objectives, so you're gonna spread to the 4 winds of the fucking map and be nowhere near each other, because, you know, this person's objective is to go over here and look for things here. This person's objective is to go here and look for this. Your objective is to go and fight and kill this thing over in this area. But if you can't communicate with each other in the game, then it's like, okay, map start, everybody goes a different way. Living in a lonely world. She took a midnight train going anywhere. Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. He took a midnight train going anywhere. And then with Destiny, like, the wine and cheap perfume. Goes on and on and on and on. Strangers leaving up and down the boulevard. Shadows casting in the night. Sorry, got distracted. Like the new expansion for Destiny kinda seems interesting. I'm not really super hyped for it. And then the one right after it, because now they're gonna be doing 2 expansions fucking, you know, every year, which great, more content, you know, more frequently. I get that. That's awesome. Hopefully each one's not as fucking expensive as a full-on fucking expansion. But the, you know, the one after it being basically a Star Wars expansion, it's like, huh? The fuck? Someone could see the blues. Like, don't get me wrong, cool. It's cool to, like, you know, get lightsabers and shit, but at the same time, it's like, this is Destiny. How does this supposed to fucking work? Wormholes and shit. But it's not actually Star Wars though. Like, it's just, they've said it's our Star Wars inspired expansion, and it's like, you very clearly have fucking lightsabers and, you know, blasters from the Star Wars universe and outfits from Star Wars. Finally, Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, and again, you know, I've kind of come to the realization of, like, I'm not as big of a Star Wars nerd as I thought I was. Like, I enjoy Star Wars, you know, Star Wars movies, you know, and, you know, some of the ideas and, you know, cool force powers and all that kind of stuff. But, like, when I talk to people who are, like, Star Wars fucking nerds, I'm like, wow, I really am not, don't care about it as much as I thought I did. And I mean, who knows? They might pull it off the way that they did with the Pirates of the Caribbean and the Monkey Island stuff in Sea of Thieves. Like, they might find a way to get it to that makes it work.
own ground. Long you live,
Ow.
high you fly. Smiles you give and tears you cry. All you touch and all you see is all your life will ever be. Run, rabbit, run. Dig that hole, forget the sun. When at last the work is done, don't sit down, time to dig another one. Long you live and high you fly, only if you ride the night.
Elevation reflector mount. You some nerdy shit right here, guys. Oh yeah. Also, I saw Springtrap is coming to Dead by Daylight, and the public test version, the PPV, PTB, is people have already been able to get their hands on him and play around with him. So I've seen some footage of how he plays. It's kind of meh, in my opinion. For anyone who cares. Basically, he kind of when you play as Springtrap / Afton, it puts on the map 7 doors, so he plays kind of like Xenomorph, in that it like randomly places the entrances and exits to tunnels and doors. So Xenomorph goes through tunnel, goes underground. They can travel the map. Afton goes into a door, picks another door, walks through the security room, and then winds up at the other door. So kind of like Dredge, a mixture of Dredge and Xenomorph kind of thing. The big difference being that the survivors can also go into the doors, and they go into the security room, and they can use the security cameras to see where Springtrap is, and kind of like give call outs. And I think they can also like tag him, which reveals him to the survivors. But every time they use a door, it reduces the power of the door, and once the door has no power, they can't use it for a little while before it recharges. Springtrap, on the other hand, power or no, can still use the door. And if there's a survivor using a security camera when Afton goes into the door, he immediately grabs them and pulls them out, and they're immediately grabbed, no matter how much health they have. That's cool. Like that's a cool, interesting feature. It's his power that I don't really find all that interesting, because his power excuse me, sorry about that. His power is basically like a weird version of Huntress. Basically he has a regular standard melee attack, his regular M1 excuse me, where he uses a machete basically, but his power is he gets a fire axe, not a throwing axe, not a hatchet like Huntress, a fire axe, which has a very short drop off. Like You throw it and it's super heavy and it like goes in an arc and immediately hits the ground. Like it does not fly very far. The moment you throw it, wherever it lands, it sticks and it stays there until the cooldown goes off, and then you can retrieve it. Or I think it has like also has a global cooldown. Like if you don't retrieve it within a set amount of time, it will just automatically return to you. Wherever it lands, if it lands on like, you know, non-player characters, then like if it lands on terrain, then it will stick in there and it will stay there and basically have a field that it generates around it that will notify if any survivors walk through it. Then they, you know, scream and it reveals their aura or something, or it does something, and then you can retrieve it and, you know, throw it again. If you throw it at a survivor, it hits them. If it hits them, it will stick into them and it will stay stuck in them until either another survivor removes it, and they cannot be healed until it is removed, whether that's by another survivor removing it or by, you know, Springtrap summoning the axe back. When you throw the fire axe, Springtrap's movement speed actually increases because he's no longer weighted down. So that's kind of interesting. Also, if you throw the axe at a player, at a survivor, and it sticks into them, and you're close enough to them when you retrieve it, if you're close enough to them and you click the retrieve button, instead you'll actually grab the axe and grab them as well and just insta grab them. Which, again, a lot of that's pretty cool and interesting, but there's a lot of it that just feels like other killer powers kind of mixed in with it in a weird way. It's weird. I don't know. Gary goes on. Naturally, I'm still expecting him to bring it back to brushless and weather systems. He says, and of course, the river's dried up and all the cats have gone missing. Wow. I think. This is interesting. I've heard of deer going inland before a thunderstorm. Maybe cats are sensitive to the weather too. Yeah. Like, there's a lot of interesting things with the Springtrap killer, but there's a lot also that's like, I don't know, something about it seems off. Like, not off, but just like, could have maybe done something a little more original. And then there's also the fact of like, maybe he's also kind of based on the movie version, which I haven't seen. There's no way in hell I'm gonna watch the FNAF movie. Love you, Matthew Lillard, but no thank you. Let it all out. These are the things we can do without. Oh, I'm talking to you. Come on. Cleaning the underside. And then I'll have to clean the top side. Oh, I also didn't get to talk about this on my stream on Wednesday because we were too busy getting all wild and crazy in repo. Monday, I went makeup shopping with my mom for the first time. I haven't used any of it because I'm probably gonna play around with it this weekend. But it was kind of anxiety inducing, not gonna lie. Because even though the the old lady that was working with us at Sephora was very kind, very sweet, very helpful, and helped us find colors and for that matched my complexion and things, and talking about techniques of things, which my mom was also very helpful with. There were still quite a few moments of like which what do you think about this, and like, or do you think you might need this, and I'm like, I don't know what any of this is. I don't know. Sure, maybe. But it was very nice, very interesting, and very fun, and like I said, very anxiety inducing. The thing that's really gonna kind of kills it for me is how fast my fucking facial hair grows back. It's like we went to do that, and I had shaved right before because we went and had lunch, and then went and got makeup stuff. And I knew I had a feeling we were gonna do makeup stuff, so I shaved before we went. And by the time we actually got there to after we ate lunch and everything and started and like, okay, let's go do makeup shopping, I already had enough stubble on my face growing back that like the cotton swab for cleaning off makeup was catching and disintegrating from all the buzz and shit. And I was just like, just want to be smooth. Who the fuck is blowing up my phone and why? My dad posting a like puzzle box kit, woodcrafters puzzle box kit, and it's like, Father's Day is coming up soon. It's like, okay, Dad.
Time to take a ride. At least it ain't no conversation. Time to take her home. Her dizzy head is conscience laden. Time to wait too long.
There we go. Fucking rim of this shit. God damn.
Can choose one. Sleeping and my soul's worn thin.
Whose genius idea was it to design this level? Be a giant fucking satellite dish that you can barely reach shit.
Conversations kill.
Come on, you little bitch.
Conscience laden. Time to take a ride. At least it ain't no conversation. Time to take her home. Her dizzy head is conscience laden. Time to wait too long. To wait too long. To wait too long. Conversations
Oh my god. That's so much. It's not so much that it's just a big, fast, open thing. It's just that so awkward to clean aspects of it. Oh.
Think I need a devil to help me get things right. Hook me up a new revolution. This one is mine.
There we go.
Around laughing and watch the last one die. Look into the sky to save me. Look at the sign of life. Looking for something to help me burn out bright.
Also, it doesn't help that the hitbox on this ladder thingy ain't exactly super great. So you get stuck on awkward geometry. It's time to take my Feminems. Ding! Fucking finally. Jesus. Will you shut the fuck up, bird? Ow. I think I'm... Nope. I'm too close. That should be fine. That should work. Why not? Fuck. Fuck. Come on. Geometry's not that hard. I'll bet you anything. It's up top on the upper side of it. Is where the last of the dirt for that is. Oh, that actually works a little bit better. Kind of. Ding. Stop getting stuck on the geometry. God damn. Ding. Ding. Cut through the rust and grime. Using good old CLR. Only the old school elderly will remember CLR commercials. I personally think that these old CLR commercials from the 80s and 90s was kind of the origin story for the totally satisfying videos. Because it was, CLR is this like, it's calcium, lime, and rust remover. That's what CLR stands for. And it's just like this ultra super cleaner. I think it's still available today. Like, you can still find it. But the commercial was showing all of these products that are like incredibly like they show these lace curtains that are old and faded, like, you know, they're dirty and faded from the sun and everything. And yeah, the whole thing is like, you know, it's super gentle even on lace, and like they show them putting like a large portion of the lace curtains into the mixture of water and CLR, and then they pull it out and it's like perfectly white cleaned. You know, they show like this calcium buildup faucet, and it's like ridiculous, over the top of like the whole faucet is basically just covered in calcium, and they like dip it in the CLR and let it sit for a bit and then pull it out, and all of a sudden they just wipe the calcium off and it's fresh and clean and brand new and all this kind of stuff. And never had any use for it, never really wanted to buy any, but God, I loved that commercial because, like I said, I think it was the origin of the the satisfying videos. Ding. Always break it up into smaller chunks so it doesn't seem as overwhelming. Doesn't always work, but it does help. Ha ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ha ba ba ba. Ha ba ba. At least cleaning the top side will be a little bit easier because I can just stand on top of it and fucking do it. Fucking shut up, bird! Ding! Run. Come on. Let's go. Clean it. Okay. Oh my god, the fucking trim on this needs to be fucking done. Cry no more. There we go. This fucking bird is so loud. Ding. Gotta get all up in this thing's grundle just to fucking find any dirt and shit. Oh, you absolute bitch. The reflector ring underside is fucking done. Finally. That fucking bird is so loud. Ding. Oh. Come here, you. Thing that's gonna really suck is I'll get up there onto the top plate and I'll start cleaning it all, and then I'll get to the end and it'll be like, yeah, here's these other 3 that you still need to finish, and none of them will be on the top plate. What's this?
I used to put my faith in worship,
Doom, doom, doom.
but then my chance to get to heaven slipped. I used to worry about the future, but then I threw my caution to the wind. I had no reason to be carefree, no, till I took a trip to the other side of town. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You know I heard that boogie rhythm. Hey, I had no choice but to get
It's
down, 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 dance. Nothing left for me to do but dance. Off these bad times I'm going through, just dance. Got candy in my heels tonight, baby.
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
I feel the thunder, see the lightning.
Doom, doom, doom.
I know this anger.
Didn't know that they did a cover of this song. I fucking love this song.
I've gotta hang out all my hang-ups. 'Cause of the boogie, I feel so hell-bent. Hey, hey, it's just an instant gut reaction that I got. I know I never ever felt like this before. I don't know what to do, but then that's nothing new. Stuck between hell and high water, need a cure to make it through. Hey, dance, yeah. Nothing left for me to do, just dance. Off these bad times I'm going through, just dance. Hey, got
Candy
candy
in my heels tonight, baby. Ooh, 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 ooh.
You know this boogie is for real. Only the wind can know the answer. And she cries to me when I'm asleep. She says, you know that you can go much faster. I know the people's talking be so cheap. Hey, yeah, I've got this voodoo child ingrained on me. I'm gonna use my power to ascend. You know I've got these running hills to use. Sometimes there's no way I lose. I was born to run and built to last. You never see my feet 'cause we move so fast.
Gotta get my
Dance, yeah.
meds. Hold on.
Nothing left for me to do but dance. Off these bad times I'm going through, just dance. Hey, got can't heat in my heels tonight, baby. Hey, DJ, let the music play. I'm gonna live this party life. I wanna live this party life. Hey, DJ, throw my cares away. I'm gonna live this party life. I wanna live this party life. Hey, DJ, let the music play. I'm gonna live this party life. I wanna live this party life. Hey, DJ, let the music play. I'm gonna live this party life. You know this boogie is for real. Got so much can't heat in my heels, yeah. Gonna dance my blues away tonight. You know I'm gonna dance my blues away. You know this boogie is for real. Got so much can't heat in my heels, yeah. Gonna dance my blues away tonight.
Feminim's taken. Woo. I didn't know that they did a cover of that song. Fucking loved Canned Heat. Got canned heat in my heels tonight, baby. Ooh, 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 ooh. All right, time to clean up here.
Home in the valley, home in the city. Home is it
Oh, flashbang of yellow. Sorry about that, chat.
no home for me. Home in the darkness, home on the highway. Home isn't my way, home I'll never be. Burn out today, can't see the way that you put up a fight.
you. I'm burning for you. All right, bitch. Where the fuck is it? Hatch frame still has spots missing. Ooh. Up we go. Up the night. I'm burning for you. I'm burning for you. There we go. Two. For you. Gary says it's all aliens. They're using our water to create clouds to disguise their activity, which is to steal all our natural resources. The cats are their recon units, and they're currently reporting back on dissenters. Guess who I heard this from? The mayor himself. We're days away from invasion, mark my words. And not again. This time backing well away. Separate ways. Ever hurts you, this love never hurt you. Love don't hurt you. Those in separate ways. Between the fusion and pain, pain. Someday love will find you, break those chains that bind you. Someday will find you, still at us separate ways. He ever hurts you, your love won't desert you. Love, I still love you, always up down at us separate ways. Whee! Hello? It's supposed to be clean, yes? Ah, there it was. Never mind, now it's a clean. Oh, man. Hmm. Dun, 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 dun. Love will find you. Break those chains that bind you. One day will remind you. If he ever hurts you, no love won't desert you. No, I still love you. Though we stuck in our separate ways. The red hand. Oh my god, they covered this song too? Wow.
Love is a verb. Love is
There we go. Ding. Just gonna go and completely clean the edge of everything so that I can avoid the edge as much as possible so I don't accidentally fall off. Fuck you, bird. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna need the wider one.
As it was, and again it will be. Though the course may change
Ding.
sometimes, rivers always reach the sea.
Oh man.
Nine stars of fortune, each have several ways. On the wings of baby, down in birds of prey. Counting makes it feel sometimes didn't have to grow. As the eagle leaves the nest, it's not so far to go.
Just up here, washing away the grime.
In the midst, I think of you, how it used to be.
Hopefully not throwing off any, sensitive equipment that is necessary for all of the technologies to find things in space. Spice. Wah, splash. Ba-da-ba-ba. Ding. Oh.
Through the eyes now sparkle, senses growing keen. Taste your love along the way. See your breath is free. Kind of makes it feel sometimes.
Big pizza pieces. So much dirt.
Mixing in my dreams. Great surprise to me. Never thought I'd see your face the way you used to be. Oh, darling. Oh, darling.
Still have 4 more pizza slices to go. Ugh. This level is fucking huge. I thought, oh yeah, you know, I'll do the Muckingham files and I'll just get through a couple of maps. Gotten through 2. One was a truck. It didn't take much. Well, then they throw you at this shit. This shit's fucking insane. Da, 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 da. Ding. Do I have any metal cleaner? Not much. Can I buy more? Yes, I can. I've got so much fucking money. I barely use this stuff anyway. But I am curious as to how well it ooh, festive gloves. Gloves Research Edition. See, soap, honestly, in my personal opinion's not really that great. Because it just spreads everything out so much that it's like, okay, go in and clean up everything you missed. And it's all tiny little spots, so hopefully you can find them all. Apparently soap is supposed to be a lot better in the second one when it comes out. Like it's gonna have a much more useful purpose. And it is going to function differently. All right. Hopefully I don't fall down a hole. That would be unfortunate. Almost there. No, don't fall off. Dumbass. I did not clean this side. There we go. Oh my god, fucking aim. Come on. Get clean. Oh, this is the whole receiver. Okay. Ding. Ding. No ding. Why not ding? Why you not ding? Ding, you bitch. There we go. Ding. Come on. What is fucking missing? There we go. Right. All right, what are my last three that I've missed on this entire fucking thing? That's what I was afraid of. All right. Pedestal trim. Where the fuck is that? Time to go with old reliable. Are you fucking kidding me? Okay. Pedestal trim. Oh, this. If from above, it might be from above. Yep, I think it might be above. All right. Come here, you. Over here. Thank you. There we go. And then railing poles. Job's done. Oh my god. Oh. Great work, Doc. Satellite dish looks out of this world clean. I don't know if it's gonna help whoever it is pick up a signal from wherever it is they're pointing it at, but at least my job is done. All the best, bud. Keep it flowing out there. Oh. I just want to see how big this one is. Dirt Finder General, hi, how are you? All good, I hope. Excellent, same. I'm Anna, head of coordinatics at Thrust Industries. I have an exciting opportunity for you. Now, I don't know how much you know about solar energy, and in particular, solar farming. Don't worry, we're not putting cows on the surface of the sun. Nothing like that. No, we utilize the energy from the sun by trapping it in complex photovoltaic cells that form structures that we call solar panels. Let me riddle you this. What's good for you, but bad for us? Give up? I'll tell you. Dirt! Lol. We're talking major reductions in efficiency when the cells are obscured, and that's the stitch we currently find ourselves in, which is where you come in. You'll be delighted to learn that we've secured funding to get the entire facility clean, so don't think you're coming all this way just to wipe down a few dirty panels. We wouldn't do that to you. Okay. Yeah, I just realized what it is. It's a solar... No, we're not doing this. We'll do that next time. Oh, what else have we got? Paintball arena. That sounds fun. The Spanish Villa. Oh, that's huge. The Excavator. Then we have the aquarium and a submarine. Then we have the modern mansion and the fireplane. And then the dessert parlor. And the newest one, the subway train and the sculpture park. Cool. So we will pick that up next time we decide to play Power Wash Simulator, which may be sooner than later. Who knows? All I know is next stream is going to be Portal 2. And then we'll see how long. I mean, we'll finish Portal 2 eventually at some point, but we'll see how far we can get in Portal 2 on stream. And yeah, so let's see who we shall raid. Given the hour, who's still awake? Who's still live? Wait, Taz is still alive? You have a good day, Ranche. I'm gonna send you guys over to Tazfi. Hopefully I will spell her name correctly this time. They're playing Eastward? I don't know this game. But we'll send you guys over there. You guys can go relax, have fun. Taz is very fun and very chill vibes, much like I am. Make sure I spell it correctly. Yes, we are sending you to the correct person this time. That is awesome. So go on over there, relax, hang out, continue your vibing, and yeah. So Portal 2, next stream, other stuff, don't know. But with that, thank you all for coming in and hanging out. I appreciate you. Thank you all for being here and everything, and also happy Pride. And remember, wash your hands because you're nasty. Stay healthy, stay safe. Don't be a dick. Sounds simple, but people make it more complex than it needs to be. And of course, as always, remember, you can do anything you put your mind to by telling yourself, I can. The greatest enemy we ever created is the word can. We stop that demon in its tracks by telling ourselves, I can. Remember that, and you can do anything. Let's have a good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time of day it is for you, and we will see you in the next stream. Ciao matane, everybody. Have a good night. Bye-bye. Gonna go push buttons. Stay fresh, cheese bags.